do this, but we wanted to have we didn't want to have that list. We wanted to pull them out as a subset. So we wanted just we wanted to have a separate place to work with those records globally. So the easiest way to do it is to go here to, we'll keep this file open, is to go to File, and down here on the third to bottom, there's this thing called Select Records for Edit. And what that does is it opens this window. And this window is all about pulling out sections of your file that then will open in the editor, and you will only edit that small section, that group of files that then you can save back into your original source. So I get my file here, and there's now options. We have to think about how we're going to search for these. We're going to search. We have to think about what we're looking for. So in this case, we want to look for the 650 again, right? 650 indicator, the indicator marker. So the way MarcEdit does this is the search happens on the data that's in that display field. That text box, this text box here, is the one that decides what gets loaded into that drop-down box. And that's the data that's going to get searched. So if I'm searching for the 650 field, I would put 650 into that box. And then I would click Import File. And then MarcEdit loads the file and just puts the 650 data into that file.
How did I get that dialog box?
Good question again. So the dialog box came from here, File, and Select Records for Edit. All right. So this gives us a way to get a list that then we can search. So from here now, we can search for things in our search box. We can search for groups. We can use regular expressions. We can search for groups of indicators. One of the places where this is most useful, and we're going to switch a little bit to what we're going to find, is finding records that don't have fields. Because that's really hard to find sometimes. Let's say I got a set of records, and I really would like to know why this set of records doesn't have a control number, or why does it have a call number, is another good one. I'd like to find out that information. So when you look at this list of the file that we had, you'll see this box, the text that says display field not found. And what that means is it's not in the record. So the 650 that I said, there's no 650 in those records. So I want to collect all of those. I have two ways to do that. I can search for the words display field not found, and it'll find them. Or the shortcut, this right here, this link that says does not match, if you click that link, it will automatically find every record that doesn't have that field. So I click that, and I find out that there are 4 records in my file that don't have 650 fields. And now I can take these records and export them into my MARC editor, work on them, and then save them back. We'll do that in a second. Let's say what I wanted was I wanted all the records that did have the 650 field. So that's a harder question to ask, kind of. You know, I can find the ones that don't match it. So if I want now the other ones, you'll notice there's this other link that says invert selections. That will flip it. So whatever I've selected, it will uncheck those and check the other ones instead. So that way, if I wanted to get everything that did have a 650 field, I could find the ones that didn't, invert the selection, and pull out the ones that did have the field that I was looking for. I'm going to stick with does not have. So I have, by clicking on the doesn't match of the 650 field, I have 4 records that I would extract. You don't have to do this. I mostly want you to know how this works. So I have my 4 records that I've selected. If I select export selected, that's the records that are checked. I click export, those ones. You will see this dialog box that says that it's exported those records. And the reason I want to point this out is because it changes what's in the MARC editor. It now only has loaded those 4 records that I selected. And now all of the editing I do is on just those 4 records. And when I'm done and I'm ready to save them, if I click the Save button, it takes those 4 records and puts them back into the file that I started with and changes them so that the edits go back into that main file. If I want to separate these as their own file, I can do Save As and save them as their own file. But this is a good process for being able to find subsets, edit them over here, and then put them back. So that way you don't have to create a bunch of tiny little files everywhere and figure out how to manage joining them and putting them back together. Okay. So before I go forward, does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody before we go forward? Okay, I'm seeing a lot. All right. There's one more thing I wanted to show you that's outside of this, but it uses the same dialog box, but in a different place. And I'm only going to show this to you because I use it so very often. All right, so I'm going to close my MARC editor window. I'm going to open up, we're not going to load a file, I'm just going to talk about it. I'm going to open the MARC editor. Under Tools, the second option here that says Select MARC Records, and I'm going to select Extract Selected Records. Now this window looks very familiar. It's the one we just used. But outside of the MARC editor, it works slightly different. In this case, it's actually going to create new files when you extract the data. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is, let's say, and this is why it's interesting to me. Let's say I have a set of records, and when I work with records, I work with large sets of records. So I'm working with maybe 1 million or 2 records at a time. There's no way I can check 1 million or 2 records at a time. It just doesn't happen. I want to look at a sample. I really want to see a sample of those records. Once I've imported my records into here, and I'm not going to, I'm just going to walk through the process. Once I import my records, my file into this button here, which is grayed out until the data has been imported, that says Export Random, allows me to select a percentage of the file. So let's say I want to look at 3% of the file. It will randomly select 3% of the file and extract it as a record set that then I can evaluate. So I don't want to look at 3% of 1 million records, but I can give it a decimal. And so I can select a percentage of that file to pull out and look at and check and see if it looks like it's what I want. And then I'm happy with it, then I can go on, or I can ask for a bigger chunk and whatever I want to do. So the tool, this works relatively the same as what we just did, but you have a new option, the random extract. And that's where I use this a lot for quality checking purposes. Okay, and that's what we basically have in the list here that we talk about. There are a couple of, and I'll leave these for you to read. They're in that dialog box. There are other ways to select records. You can select ranges of records starting from 0 to 12. You can search for other ways to search. They're in the slides here, so you can read them and be able to see kind of how those work. All right. The next question is one that probably comes up a lot. I know it comes up a lot in our institutions, where we have to edit like a URL. Maybe you need to add a proxy URL, you add a proxy to the URL, or you need to actually create a URL. Say like in our case, It would be if we wanted to put an interlibrary loan style URL into our record so that it has all of the open URL, or not, yeah, open URL buttons, you know, title, ISBN, and ISSN, whatever. There are a couple of different ways to do that. And actually, I like the idea of walking through it in the slides, and then we'll actually do it. That makes probably more sense. All right. So there are two different ways that we can do this. One of them, so this uses, the example is Easy Proxy, which I don't think you guys probably use quite so much. Oh, do you? Okay. So in Easy Proxy, you have to add your proxy statement to your URL. So you make it just a general URL, and you need to add your proxy to it. So that's actually really easy to do, where you can use a regular expression to pull data apart and whatnot. And I'm going to leave these, rather than do the regular expression, I'm going to leave these slides so that you guys can see the regular expression and see how it works. Because the part I'm more interested in is the build new fields tool, because that's much more useful, I think, for folks. But if I was doing Easy Proxy, I could use a regular expression like this to pull my data apart and put my proxy statement into the record, which is interesting, but not always useful. A lot of times when we're making changes to records, or we're creating new fields in records, we're actually pulling bits and pieces from other parts of the record. So the number, this was always really, really hard in MarcEdit. There was a swap field tool that would allow you to take whole subfields and kind of create new fields out of that. But let's say you needed to create a URL where you needed to take the title, and you needed to take the ISBN, and you needed to take the author over here, and you need to put them all together in something that becomes a URL that somebody can click on. That's really hard to do. That was really hard to do in MarcEdit. It just didn't have a function for that. So that's changed, and you're going to have a newer version of MarcEdit to do this. But there is and we'll just open it because it's easier to read in the Marc editor. So let's all open the Marc editor. So we get to this blank screen. And I'm going to open Notepad too, so you can see what this looks like as we go along. There is a new tool that was added to MarcEdit that is found in underneath the add fleet. It's called Build New Field. Okay, and there are, in the Build New Field, you'll see the dialog box has some examples. The idea around this was that rather than swapping data around, that you could create a pattern for what that field looks like, and actually steal data from other fields and create a new field around it. Yes? Yes, yes. So finding do you want to find the box? Yeah, so it's under Tools. And then it's under, it's the one under Add Delete Fields, Build New Field. Yeah, Build New Field. And so this one is it's a pattern-based tool. So in our example of wanting to create a URL that is assembled from lots of different bits. So let's see which file that was. 1 second, let me make sure I have the right file before I tell you. I think it's this one. Let me make sure before I tell you which file to go hunting for. Yeah, that's the one I want. All right, so the file that I'm working with is called URL_test. That's the one I'm going to open and work with. So if you open that into the Marc editor, so it's the URL_test.mrk file. If you open that into the Marc editor, you'll see that there is there's not many records in it. In fact, there's just a handful. But I created kind of a fake URL that we could work with. And so this one has a subfield U and a subfield Z. And the idea behind this is let's say this is our base URL. And what we needed to do is we need to turn it into a URL that has a bunch of parameters behind it. So we have a bunch of arguments. We need to add a title and an ISBN. And so that's something that none of the tools MarcEdit had before could do. It didn't work that way. The build new field tool though does. Let me open my notepad. Okay. All right, there. All right, so the build new field tool is about patterns. Can you create a pattern for your record? So let's start with an 856. We have let me grab our record here. So this is our 856. All right, so this is what it looks like. And let's say our pattern, the pattern that we want is in the end, we're going to, what our URL, what our 856 wants, what we want it to look like. Let's say what we want it to look like is something like this, 850. And this isn't what it's going to look like yet. I'm just so you can see what we're thinking. 851 subfield U, and then we're going to have the URL, and then a question mark. So we're saying it's an argument, and then we're going to say like title, and then title data, and then we're going to say and ISBN, and then the ISBN data. And again, don't be typing this down yet. We're not doing anything. I'm just writing out a pattern here so we understand what we're trying to do. And then let's say we want a creator. So creator equals, and we're going to say 100. Okay. So that's kind of the data that we think we're going to want. Okay. So that's what we think we're going to want. All right. So now we have to create that as a pattern in MarcEdit so that it knows how to generate that file. All right. And the way that the patterns work, you can use the build new field as kind of a guide. So if we open the build new field, you'll see up on top in the window, it shows you what those patterns should look like. That the field data that we're looking for are in these little parentheses, and we're entering the field data plus a subfield number. And it's like subfield A or subfield B. So we can pull out pieces of data. So here we have an example. In fact, the one we're going to use almost is the second example on the build field window, where it has a link to mylibrary.edu, Iliad, request.aspx, question mark title equals. We're going to take the 245 subfield A. We're going to take maybe the OCLC number, but we're not in our pattern, but this is the pattern, and then the ISSN. So this actually shows you how you can pull that data out. It can get much more complicated than this. I'm not going to, in the slides I send out, I'll send you I'll include references to the documentation, but there are actually 6 functions that you can use in these patterns to actually replace data on the fly. So I can pull this piece of data, change it as a regular expression, and just take the output. I can select particular fields. So let's say I have multiple ISSNs and I only want a specific one. I have ways to create patterns to take a specific one. So there are ways to do even conditional data edits inside the patterns that you've created. But we're going to stick with just a simple pattern for this. All right, so what we're going to do is here is our field, and I'm going to write the pattern. So here's our what we're looking for, our record set. So the pattern in MarcEdit is going to look like our field. So here's what the field looks like right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that what we want is everything. We're going to want everything in the subfield U. So we don't have to replace that data. We're just going to say, put a little squiggly bracket, 856 subfield U. I just took everything in the subfield U. So I've now captured all of that data. Now I want to include a title, so I'm going to put question mark title equals, and I'm going to get all of the data out of the 245 subfield A. So I'm going to do a little squiggly 245 subfield A. So now I've taken the data out of the 245 subfield A and added it to my pattern. I'm going to go ahead and take an ISBN. So I'm going to say and ISBN equals, and I'm going to say 020 subfield A. So I've taken the subfield A out. And then if I want to take the 100, we could add that. We'll just stick with this stuff here. So we've got these two plus that. And then if we want to continue to capture the subfield Z, we can either write it all out like this if we're going to standardize the message. Yes?
Can we use single bracket or carry on because I cannot see very well?
So these are, so like they're the squigglies, the open and closed squiggly brackets, yes. So at this point in our pattern, we can either capture whatever's in subfield Z already, or we can standardize it. So let's say we don't know if the subfield Z data is standard. We can take this opportunity to say, okay, subfield Z connect here. So that's what we're going to change. So that's our pattern. So now we've created a pattern that we can use in the Build New Fields tool. And so I can copy this data. And I can open I have my Build New Fields window open. And I can paste that data into there. So I wrote it out partly because it's going to get really hard because unfortunately the window's small. So I paste my data into there. And now there's one other thing I have to do. So this is a URL. I probably need to escape the data because there's characters in my title that the browser is going to have a hissy fit about when the browser's not going to appreciate when it tries to render the URL. So there is a special box up here. It's called Escape Data for URL that will actually take the data and normalize it so that it's so that it's web friendly. So that way the data will actually work when the user clicks on it. So we have our patterns that we've set up. The other option we have is to decide whether this is going to replace any existing 856 or whether we're going to only add it if it's new or if we're always going to add it. And so those are in the checkboxes below. And I'm going to check the one that says replace existing field because I want this to be my new 856. So I check the escape data for URL. I check the replace existing field, and I enter my pattern. And when I process it, there are, I don't know how many, but it does 73. It says there's 73 changes. We'll look at the first one to make sure the pattern looks right. So not completely. So I'd have to update. So actually, we would have to change this slightly. But you can. This actually shows me why it didn't work. So in this case, when it tried to escape the data, it escaped the 2 slashes. But you can see then what's going on here. It is escaping the data. You can see in the places where it's generating stuff. So I would change the pattern. I would have to change the pattern to make it work the way I want it to. Yes.
Okay, I just made a mistake, and now some fields are replaced.
Yes.
How do I undo it?
Very good question. So let's say I just ran this and I screwed, well, I told you a pattern that was wrong. We've made the change and we screwed it up. Let's say we've done a bunch of other changes already and we don't want to lose them. In MarcEdit, there is what's called special undo, and that will step you back one global edit. So I made this change, it's wrong. I want to go back, so I would go to edit, and right here that says special undo, I would select that, and that takes me back to what the file looked like before. So now, yes, I made the mistake. I use this all the time for regular expressions because I screw them up, and then I'm like in the middle of something, I don't want to lose it, so I go back and work from it again. So yes, that's how I do it. So in our case here, the reason why the data got kind of gummed up is I guess we would have to actually enter the URL that we would want in this case, or at least the HTTP part. So we would have to make a change to the pattern. But generally, that is how the pattern data works. And the URL one is this was created specifically for creating URLs. It was created specifically for creating open URLs for Iliad. But I'll be honest, I use this hardly ever for URLs. It's mostly used to create the way I end up using it for most of the time when people ask me questions is for call numbers. Because you're pulling data from different places, or creating those command fields that our ILSs want to have to create overlay codes and item records and holdings data, because a lot of that data comes from other places in the record. And so I can pull a call number here and a overlay code here and another piece over here, and I can assemble that command line record and use that. And so that's what it, in a lot of cases, this particular tool I think ends up being used for. It's also, I think, probably easier once you understand how the patterns work. It's probably easier to use than the swap field tool, because the swap field tool is a very brute force kind of tool that does a very specific thing. And you end up having, most people who use it have to do a lot of tweaking afterwards. So. All right. The next question has to do with RDA. I don't know if you folks here have super clean data and have done everything with RDA already, so you have nothing to convert. But I can tell you with authority that is not the case in the United States. And in fact, I can tell you that most of our vendors don't send us data that's already in RDA format. And if you've decided in your catalog that you really would like your data to look like RDA, it would make sense to be able to fix that stuff before it goes in. MarcEdit has a tool called the RDA helper. It is a tool that I hope eventually goes away. It was created specifically to help with that transition from my vendors are only giving me data in AACR2 to I would like my data in RDA. And I know most people don't go back in their catalogs and do large RDA recons, but I can tell you, like at Ohio State, it has come in handy when we've done large recons of classes of records. So we had been working on our theses and dissertations, digitizing them. We ended up having to touch something like 70 or 80,000 records. Since we had them out of the catalog, we went ahead and converted them. So I want to show you how the RDA helper works. So the RDA helper is a standalone program within MarcEdit, so you don't have to be in the MarC editor to use it. You just have to be on the main window. And from the main window, you will see that I have an icon. Nobody else will if you haven't updated it, but I actually have an icon that says RDA helper, so that's how I open it up quite a bit. But you will find it under Tools, and then below the Open and Find options, there's an RDA helper box. And it opens up a dialog box that gives you lots and lots of fields to select from. Because remember, from my perspective, a lot of what RDA conversions are deciding which fields you want to add to your records. Unfortunately, this is one of those few places where MarcEdit actually makes some Mark 21 assumptions. Because I'm honestly not sure how people implement what the changes were to like Unimark when RDA happened. I have no idea what the new fields were that were added. I'm only really familiar with the Mark 21 ones. If somebody here is a Unimark library who would like to enlighten me, I would be happy to add a Unimark profile, because it would actually be really easy. But I not, since I don't work with that format, I wasn't one I could deal with. So this is very Mark 21 centric. So hopefully, I will admit that. So hopefully, folks here, this will be useful for you. The way that this works is it does a lot of evaluation. I actually wrote an article about how this works last year in the Journal of Library Metadata. If you're interested in the exact process and how everything goes about reading the record and understanding, breaking it apart, Essentially, it's looking for data in the leaders, in the 07s, the 08s. It's looking at the titles, the subfield H. It's reading data for additions, it's reading descriptions. There is a lot of information that gets processed in order to try and figure out which fields should be generated as part of the RDA process. Let's see, I think I threw an RDA record into here too. Let me see here. Yeah. So in our data file, there's a set of records that are called, so you can see how this works. There's a set of records in there called RDA data test. And I'm just going to open it so you can see it, and we're going to run it through the RDA helper. So in the editor, just so you can see what's not there, if you work with RDA in MARC 21, there's a couple of things that are really apparent in this record that tells you it needs corrected. One of them is the subfield H. The subfield H no longer exists in the MARC 21, although there's a lot of people that still keep it around. It needs to go. The other thing you'll see is a 260. The 260 field is obsolete. It should be changed to a 264. That needs to be converted. The other thing you'll notice that's missing are the 33X fields and the 34X fields. Those are missing. So all of that data needs to be added to this record in order to move it closer to RDA. Now, is it a real RDA record at that point? Not really, but you're closer into that space. All right, so that's our test record. We're going to start with that. So we're going to open the RDA helper. So RDA helper is open. And then we decide what particular options we want the RDA helper to go through. Now, I will tell you, when I worked on this project, I worked with it was over the RDA implementation period. I worked with a number of the national libraries and worked with PCC members to see if their results, because they worked on 1,000 records by hand, would match the results that I would get if I took those same 1,000 records and did them by hand. And in general, we agreed almost all the time. The place that we disagreed wildly was in the form of work, the 380. If you're a MARC 21 library, you know that this isn't a field that's controlled. It's a cataloger's judgment. And since I am working with a computer, I have to give it a controlled vocabulary, which meant I picked a set of vocabulary which is a little bit broad. So catalogers get grumpy. They would like to make it much more granular, and that's fine. Uncheck that box. Don't generate 380s with the tool if that's you. Otherwise, most everything else works fine. The options to highlight are abbreviation expansion. One of the big things that happened with RDA is abbreviations went away. They expanded abbreviations so that they are kind of going away in specific fields. However, there is the standards way that we did abbreviations, and there's the local practice way that we've done abbreviations all these years. And most people would like to fix both. So in MarcEdit, you have the ability to expand the fields that are evaluated for abbreviation, and you can add abbreviations to the list that it's looking for expansion. So if you, the two links here, one is edit fields. It opens up a notepad and it tells you which fields are going to be evaluated by the RDA helper for abbreviation expansion. And you can see kind of the pattern that gets used. So equals 245. It's going to look at the 245 field. It's going to do abbreviation expansion. Equals 5. It's going to look at everything in every 500 field and do abbreviation expansion. If, and they're honest to goodness, people that want to do this, you want to do abbreviation expansion over the entire record, you can just put equal sign. And that will do all of it. It is an incredibly slow and expensive process, but who am I to judge how you want to do that, how you want to process your record? So you can do different levels of granularity. Yes, you edit that list and save it, and then when you save it, it'll save it back to the file that MarcEdit's using, and that will be the list that you use. Yes. If you want to change the abbreviations, the link here that says edit list opens up in a text file. it's a tab delimited text file. The abbreviation, so abbreviation and replacement. This is where folks who use local abbreviations can go in and add their local abbreviations to the file, and the RDA helper will expand them if that's what you want to have done. This is also where you can get really, really complicated if you want. So MarcEdit has 2 examples of regular expressions in the abbreviation file. One of them is on inches. And this is one that's going to be, it's actually a new abbreviation I've added. One is on inches because in RDA, inches as an abbreviation doesn't get expanded in the 300 field, but it gets expanded everywhere else. So I've got to be able to find it. They'll look up better. I got to find the one in the 300 field that shouldn't be expanded and expand the rest of them. So there's a regular expression that helps me identify when it should be expanded and when it shouldn't be. The other one is in volumes. Is it a volume or is it volumes? And so I need to be able to tell whether it's one or many. And so there's a regular expression to help me decide which one of the word volumes, since we use the exact same abbreviation for both, it is. So you have examples, patterns of how you can embed regular expressions into the abbreviation file if you need to be able to do different things around expansion. Okay, this is the most expensive part of the RDA processing, the abbreviation expansion. So definitely when you figure out which fields you want to do it on, pick just the fields you want to do it on. So I've selected all of my options that I want to use. And like I said, there are some libraries, I don't know if this is true here in Italy or in Europe. In the United States, the removal of the subfield H in the 245, or the GMD as we fondly call it, was incredibly problematic. A lot of vendors created interface elements based on that field. And when RDA changed that, they did not change. And so that field had to stay, or they had to put it back. So the tool will allow you to delete that field, ignore that field, or put it back if it's not there. So you can take an RDA record and actually retroactively add the data back to your record by selecting the fields you want. The other thing about this, if you have an old RDA record, because again, if you were part of that initial set that was creating those 1,000 records, when you were finished, there were a bunch of new fields that they added to RDA that they didn't have when you did your test. Well, MarcEdit will add those. It will only add the data that's not present. So if it looks at your record, you have an RDA record set, but it runs across fields that should be there, it'll put the fields that should be there, but it won't change the ones that are already. Okay, so here's our example. Let's select our file. So we have our RDA test file. And somebody had asked me this question. I will tell this. I told him, and I'll tell you. One of the things that's really handy in the MARC tools part, you see me do it where I just drag files into. It's not everywhere, and I'm slowly adding it to everywhere because I hate opening boxes. So this is one of those where you have to open a box. All right, so we're going to pick our file. So the RDA data test is the file that I am going to run through the RDA helper. So that's one of my files in my data folder, RDA data test. It's a .mrk file. And then I have to tell it where I'm going to save it. So I'm going to save it as a new file. One of the things you will find with MarcEdit is I don't like to overwrite existing files. I like people to have their source file and the file that I've edited in case something happens. So if you try and overwrite an existing file, it's going to tell you you can't do that in most cases. All right, so we have the file that we just created that is going to be where I'm going to put my RDA data. And when I'm happy with the options that I've selected, I tell it OK, and then it starts rolling through the numbers and telling you that it's processing. And then when it's finished, it tells you it's done. All right. So if you followed along with me, hopefully you got the rolling box and told you the RDA process finished. So if we look at my test file originally, my original test file, what it started with, this is my RDA test file, what it started with. We have our 245 subfield H in it. We have all the pieces that are missing. If we open our clean file, though, the one that we just processed through RDA, the RDA helper, we should see some different things in it. And we will, right away. So if you care about this stuff, you will notice, to start with, that in the 245, the subfield H has disappeared. As I said, I don't want it. So it is gone, and all the punctuation's been shifted correctly. You will also see that the 260 has been removed. And because I told it that I would like to stop using that syntax where we put C and then the year and actually use a copyright symbol, you will see that showed up. So you get the two 264s, one that shows just the copyright statement, and then one that shows the full pattern. You'll also see the 33X fields that are generated as part of this process. So we get the ones that replace the GMD and does a better job of explaining exactly what's going on here. So we get the 33X fields. And then when appropriate, we get 34X fields that are generated to provide information about whether or not it's audio and that kind of stuff. And then if we go a little further, let's see here. Did this make a 380? No, it didn't. So this one in this file it didn't make, not record. It didn't make a 380. So I didn't get it. So it adds the data that needs to be added, and it does the expansion, the expansion of elements. You'll notice in the 300, the inches didn't get removed. That didn't get touched. It's not allowed to. So anyways, so this is a way to take your vendor data. Now I'm going to be the first to admit, not perfect. There will be things you're going to run into where it might miss moving some punctuation here and there. It doesn't happen very often, but it is a way to take our vendor data and to take our existing data and start cleaning it so that we can have something that's maybe a little more less hybrid-y of an environment that we have. I mean, we're never going to have really clean data. We have AACR1, we have AACR2, we have RDA data. There's a mix of everything. But this is a way to start kind of normalizing some of that mixture into something that's a little bit cleaner and easy to work with.
Mine did change the inches.
Yes, that's right. In your guys' it will change the inches because I just changed the pattern, and on the update that did not get on these machines, it doesn't happen. Yes, I can't, but I'll yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. We're making it so it's a little bit slower than I should do. So. All right, so that's the RDA help. And I tried to provide in the slides a little bit of information for you about some of the things that happen when it's doing its processing and places where it's problematic. Two things that even if you don't want to convert to RDA or you're using RDA where the RDA helper actually is useful as well. One of them is in the 020. I hate those parentheses in the 020. If you ever have to process data outside of your catalog, those parentheses, where you have an ISBN and then something that says like ebook, they are just a bane of our existence. So there's a qualifier for that. RDA helper will do that. It'll move data into qualifiers so that becomes actual numeric data now, which is nice. The other one is in the 502 where you include thesis information. It used to be an unstructured string, and as part of the process, one of the changes that was made was to structure the string. If your data is sort of structured, as long as it's kind of almost structured data, the tool can usually break it up into subfield elements so that it actually is useful. All right. So one of the things that gets asked of me is I run the RDA helper, can I find out what changes were made? And there isn't like a report at the end that tells you all of the stuff that's happened, but you can almost get that. There's a place in MarcEdit that allows you to count fields and see what's been used. So if I use my cleaned RDA file, I'm going to open my cleaned RDA file really quickly. When I ran the RDA helper, it just told me, hey, I finished. You go through your file. Well, that's nice that it finished, but it didn't tell me all the stuff that it did. But if I use reports, if I open my clean file, the RDA file, and I open reports, there's something called field reports. And I can click on that, and it will read all of the fields that are in the record, and it'll tell me about them. So this will tell me all of the fields that show up in my record. Now let's say I was really interested in one of these fields. I'm really interested in the 245. Let's say I'm really interested. I'd really like to know how it's being used in my records. I can select the 245. I can right-click on it and tell it to count subfields. And what I get is information about 245. It tells me not only how many are in there, but it tells me how many indicator 1s are used, what types of indicator 1s are used, what types of indicator 2s are used, how many subfields are in there, which subfields are in there. And if I see something that doesn't look right, I can go looking for it. Because at that point, I'm kind of interested in wanting to know what's actually in there. But it's not an exact way to tell what kind of changes have happened, but it's a way that you can actually compare what it looked like before versus what it looks like afterwards to see what kind of fields were added into your record. Before we leave this file, one other thing that you can get out of the reports is, in addition to field counts, you can actually find out a little bit about what are the material types in your records, which is really interesting getting vendor records because sometimes they derive records from other types. They'll derive a record from another type and the material type won't get changed. So I can take this set under reports and select material type. And the material type will look at the information in the 33X field, the GMD, as well as information in the 007 and the leader to tell me a little bit about what kind of material types are there. Now this record are all sound recordings, I know that. So it tells me that they're sound recordings. But if I had a record set with if I had a vendor set that had a wide range of material types, it would break down not only at the top level, but also into subcategories, so that I can see what the MARC record is telling me the material type is. And if I find something that says, like it's a kit, I don't think there should be one of those in there. I can use the find records by type and look for those top level material types and pull them back. And MarcEdit will then create a list of all the records that met that material type criteria. And I can figure out exactly why that material type is being reported for a particular record. So if I'm getting something that was derived from a different material type and they did it incorrectly, I can figure out what actually happened. And that does happen more often than not. It does happen sometimes in vendor records. It happens in our local records. Okay, this one I'm going to skip because nobody does the GMD. We probably don't do GMD stuff here. And it's not particularly interesting unless you're doing that. All right, so question 6. So this falls into the category of things that you can do in the edit subfield tool. So the edit subfield tool is a powerful little tool in the MARC editor. And it's designed to do subfield edits, obviously. You can delete subfields, you can add subfields. You can conditionally insert subfields into areas. And that is actually what is described here, is in the help file. In fact, rather than have everybody do it, let me show you where it is in the help file. If you actually select help, and there's this contents and helps thing, it will open up a help file. And unfortunately, it doesn't on my computer. Let me actually open the help file real quick so we can walk through it together. All right, so if you click on help and contents and help, you're going to get this help program here. And this is granted a little out of date because I have been transitioning to a different help system. Mostly I've been recording everything as YouTube videos and have been working on a kind of a book that I can just edit on a regular basis rather than trying to keep up to date with this. But this has some good information still in it. So if you need to know how to do conditional inserts from the help file here, if you go and use the, actually let me see if I can do this. Let's see here. Ha! Okay, so you don't even have to hunt for it. If you look for GMD, because that's the example I use, this will be the easiest way to get there. It will open up for you or you can look for edit subfields. That will get you there too. It will give you the help file for how to do conditional inserts. And so in conditional insert, the instructions are here because it's a special syntax. And I don't want to, it's a syntax that allows you to create, again, a pattern to tell MarcEdit where to insert subfields within a group of subfields. So the help file here will show you how to do that. But that's not the only thing you can do with the subfield edit tool. A lot of times it's actually easier than needing to do conditional inserts. Sometimes I just need to be able to prepend or append data to a subfield. And that's actually really easy to do. So if I'm not going to change my file. I'm going to keep the one that I have open, which is the RDA cleaner file, RDA clean file, the one that I ran the RDA process through. This is the one I'm going to work with. But you honestly can work with any file that you wanted to work with, any .mark file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to append and prepend data to one of my fields. And I'm going to use the 050 because it's on the front page and I can see it. So we'll be able to see what happens really quickly. So in the MarcEdit, the edit subfield record is in the tools drop-down box. And it's under edit subfield data. And this tool is all about editing subfield information. And so if I'm going to prepend and append data to my 050, what I need to do is I just need to tell it what field I'm working with. So I'm at 050, I'm working with the 050. The subfield I'm working with in my case is the subfield A. So that's the first right here. This is what I'm looking at. This piece right here. I'm looking at the subfield A. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to prepend data to it. I'm going to put data in front of the A615. I'm going to add data in front of it. You can do this with a regular expression, but why do it with a regular expression if you don't have to? There is a special notation that allows you to do it. It is a caret and a B. A caret B tells MarcEdit in the find box that I'm going to insert whatever is in the replace with box in front of the subfield that I've designated. So in this case, I've got a subfield A. I've told it, sorry, it's I can for you so you can see it. It's a caret B. So I put in my caret B, and then I'm going to put in the data that I want to add before the subfield A. And so in this case, I'm just going to put any data. I'm going to say this is in front. So this data now will get put in front of the A615. So I'm going to insert that in front of that data. So that's what's going to happen. So I get my replace text. And yes, I'm sure. And if I look at my 050 here, you will see that the data has been placed in front of the other information in the subfield. If I want to append data to that same subfield, I would change it from a caret B to a caret E. I'm putting it at the end of my subfield. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to say this time, I'm going to say this is in the back. So I'm going to put a caret E, and then I'm going to run the replace. And yes, I'm sure. And when I look at it this time, you'll see that my data has been added, prepended to the back of my subfield. So now I've been able to do both things. All right. Changing subfield codes is a pain in MarcEdit because you have to use a regular expression usually. Let's say that that subfield A, though, should not be a subfield A. It's really a subfield W. I need to change that A to a W. I do it again through the Edit Subfield tool. But instead of using, I have my still 050, I have my A. I use a caret C, change. I'm changing. I'm going to use a caret C. And then I'm going to put in the value that I want to change my subfield to. So I'm changing from an A to a W. So that's going to change that 050 subfield A to 050 subfield W because I need to switch. I've decided I need to switch that value. So go ahead and I run my replace. And I look at it now, and my subfield code is closed.
Can you append or prepend a new subfield?
So if you wanted to add new subfield data, yes. So you could do it if you wanted to append a subfield to the end of a subfield, you could. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So let's say I wanted to add a new subfield to the end. I could just do my caret E subfield Z new data. Whoops, what did I do here? Oh, that's right, it's no longer an A, it's a W. Okay. So I could do that. I could add my append, and then if you look at it, you see it's been added to the end. So I can do that. The other thing I can do is if I wanted to insert something in between those, there is a syntax for doing that specifically. That was what I was talking about in the help files. You have to use brackets in the subfield to create a pattern that tells it when to insert before which field and after another one. It's a little more complicated, so it's probably easier to read. Okay, does that make sense? Are we all in? You're all good? Okay. Okay. Let us move on. Okay, so that was question 6, appending data around. Okay, 7. So in MarcEdit, sometimes people ask me, they ask me sometimes funny questions. This is a funny question. They want to know, they want to be able to label records as record numbers. So let's say I have a really big file, and they'd like to be able to, because MarcEdit uses pages. I'm assuming everybody here has used MarcEdit enough. So when you open a very big file, MarcEdit breaks it up into pages, and you have these controls at the bottom that lets you jump from page 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. It does this for performance. If it didn't break it into pages, there would be a limit to the size of the file that MarcEdit could edit. By doing it in pages, that doesn't exist. Now the problem is sometimes people will jump to a page and they don't know what record they're on. And they would really like to have a number of the record there so that they could see it. If you were in this category, you'd like to be able to break a record, you've broken your MARC set, you have a very big file, you'd like to be able to know what record number you're on. There is a way to do that. MarcEdit has a syntax for creating comments, data that will be ignored when you compile it. So we use that syntax to mark records so we can see the numbers. So I'll go ahead, since I have a file open, I'll just use this one. So I have my RDA file, we've got it open anyway, we'll beat this one up. All right, so MarcEdit, in the syntax here, you can see that every field starts with an equal sign. That's how MarcEdit knows that I'm working with a field. If I want MarcEdit to ignore the data that's there, I can actually put a pound sign, a number sign. That tells MarcEdit, that is a comment. Don't ignore me. I'm not actually used. So I can put that in front of a line, and now MarcEdit doesn't see it. It'll save it. It's in the file, but it won't see it anymore. All right. So we all need to understand that so you know why the next part works. All right. So MarcEdit has the ability to label all of your records. So you can actually see when you jump around pages or run around up and down your page, what record number you're on. And so this is in a terribly lean place. It needs to be broken out, but it's where it is, I guess. It's under Tools. And right now, I swear I will change this. I keep saying it, but I will change it so it makes more sense. It's under Generate Control Numbers. You don't want to generate a control number. But what you do want to do is check the little box down here that says Mark Record Numbers. That little box that says Mark Record Numbers, grays everything else out, which is why this is a terrible place for it. It needs to be its own thing. But you check that box, it grays everything else out, and what it will do now is it will go through the file that's been opened, and it will mark record numbers for you. And it will put them as comments. So if I run this, you will see now that the first one says record 1. And if I go down and I keep looking at them, you will see record 2, record 3, record 4, record 5, and it's using that comment syntax, that MarcEdit uses, that it'll ignore. You can still edit all your records, you do all your global editing stuff, that record number will stay, because as far as MarcEdit is concerned, that's just dead data. It doesn't read it at all. It doesn't register as even being in the file. It's like if you're writing a program, and you're putting comments in the code so that you know what the heck you're doing. That's essentially what it's done here. And so I can do my edits, I can save it, I can now compile this to Marc, and MarcEdit will just ignore it. So this way, if you have a very large file and you would like to know, you're constantly trying to figure out what the heck record number am I in, you can run this process and label all of your record numbers and know where you're at when you jump around. This is also handy because once you know what your record numbers are, in MarcEdit's paging system, you can use its under Edit, Jump To. This Jump To command, which lets you jump to a page or a specific record on a page. So if you know what your record numbers are, you can move around a lot easier inside the syntax of inside the application. Okay. Okay. This is one that I wanted to make sure we got to, and I can't remember what the last two questions are. We're going to start running out of time, and I might jump around a little bit to get to a few other things. Okay, so one of the things I want to make sure everybody knows how to do is automate the program. MarcEdit's great for doing global edits and stuff like that. That's what it was designed to do. But one of the things we run into is you end up probably doing the same edits over the same vendor files over and over again. If you're like us, if you're like my old, where I used to work when I was a cataloger, we had best practices. We had these documents which would say, for this vendor, we do these 12 things. And for this vendor, we do these 12 things. For this vendor, we do these 12 things. I don't like those things. And so one of the things that I've been trying to do with MarcEdit for a very long time, and this has probably been the least successful part of the program, and I will own that, is how to make it easier to automate those kind of processes that are repetitious. When I first started working on this program, I had the assumption, because I was a programmer / cataloger, that I could convince everybody else to be programmers. And so I included in the tool a way to write programs against MarcEdit, and it was not successful. I could not get other catalogers to do it, and that makes sense. So the second attempt at this was, okay, most folks who work with MarcEdit also use OCLC. OCLC has a very small version of Visual Basic built into their cataloging tools. They use a language called OML. So I thought, great. I always thought OML was really restrictive. So I added the entire Visual Basic language into MarcEdit. And you could write full programs in it, thinking that people would want to do that. Nobody did. So that was and I actually took that out because that was a hassle. Nobody wanted to do that. So what most people really wanted was they wanted like a macro recorder, something that they could actually write out their process and run it, and then record the steps that they were going to make, so that way they, didn't have to write code. And so that's essentially what the MarcEdit's task manager is a macro recorder. It's the closest thing you get to it. All right. So in MarcEdit, if you open the Marc editor and you go to Tools, and then under Tools, you will find something called Manage Tasks. And a task is what I call, it's under Tools, yeah. Manage Tasks is what I call essentially macros. They're not, and the reason I call them tasks is because there used to be something in MarcEdit called macros. I wanted to make a clear distinction between what these were, because the macros were something that was so, nobody wanted to do them. So, all right, so Manage Tasks. All right, so what tasks are essentially ways for you to record your steps. So if I have a best practice, I have my document that says in MarcEdit I do these 6 things. Maybe I do these 6 things for this vendor, and I do these 7 things for every vendor, and then I do these 2 things at the end for my vendor. I can actually create libraries of tasks that I can reuse in other tasks, or I can copy tasks and stuff. So anyways, so let me show you how this works. All right, so I'm going to create a new task. So it's as easy as hitting the Create New Task button. I give it a task name. So it generates a task, empty file. It's an empty task now. So I've got myself a task. So if I want to edit, I want to do stuff with it, I select my task. So my task that I just created is called AAR. And I'm going to go to Edit Selected. I'm going to go to Edit Selected Task. And it opens me up a box. It's down on the man. So yeah, you selected it and it's Edit Selected. All right, so I have my task. So I get an empty box. Empty box, yes. All right, so I have 2 things I can do first. The first thing is a lot of people want to be able to write descriptions of their tasks because they share them with other people. And they would like other people to know what their task is doing. So if you want, you can add a description, type in a description, and that will be your description that shows up in the main manager screen, but also shows up when you export it to other people. All right, but now I need to add stuff in my task. I need to create something. So MarcEdit's actions, that little action thing, and this is probably something I should think about because I usually don't like using pictures for actions. I've done so here, which is good. So if you click on the little plus box, you get a drop-down box of everything that MarcEdit can automate. Every task that you can automate is part of the application. So you can create automation tasks for doing replace all. So the replace function that you can use regular expressions for and access all the data, you can create a task for that. If you need to add a new field, you can do that through the task. You can delete fields through tasks. You can run the RTA helper as a task. You can build linked data as a task. You can create new fields using the build new field tool. Everything in that list you can do as a task. And the way that it works is that when you select something, so we're going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and select add a new field so you can see what it looks like. It actually looks a little better on this screen than others, but you guys can all see it too. When it opens the window, it changes the background color. Now this is a Windows thing. On Windows, it changes the background color. On a Mac system, it actually changes the title and hides all of the other functions. So you only see the one that you're working with, and you get a title that says that I'm working in a task. Slightly different UI, unfortunately. I couldn't get them to work exactly the same. So you get this pink background, which tells you that I'm recording the statements that I'm writing. So in this case, in this time, I'm doing an add new field. So I could add fields. So in this case, I could say I'm just going to add some fields. So I'm just going to put a 999 field as a new field and tell it add. So that is a statement now that when I run my task, it will do automatically for us. Now, tasks are procedural. If I complete a task, the next task can actually do something based on the results of the one above it. So I can add a new task, and that's actually important because one of the things that happens is a lot of times folks want to delete, they'll want to delete fields. And let's say the 9XX, which is oftentimes the field you want to delete, is in that list. But also for a lot of vendors, the 94X is the code they use as a command line field. So if you add your command line field at the top and delete all the 900 fields at the bottom, you've deleted the one you added. So it's good to remember they're procedural. All right, so we added a field. We can delete a field. So I will add a task that deletes a field. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all the 600 fields just because I don't want them. I decided I don't trust them. And then if I had a set of activities that I always did, so regardless of my process, I have these three things I always, let's say I always ran, I always, added a thing saying that this is from my library and whatnot. I could create a separate task that then I could load as a library. So in my list here, you see something that says add task list. So when I'm finished with this task, I can reuse it. I can actually reference it in another task. So I can reference them together. Now, the program takes extensive steps to make sure that you cannot run two tasks at the same time. It's the same task. And I know this because I have people who I call friends loosely, who when I put this out, tried to break it. By trying to create tasks that would cause problems. They would actually, they created a task and called their same task inside their task, and it caused things to have, it caused very bad things. So the program actually keeps track of every high-level element that runs, and it won't allow them to run inside of scope. So it actually tracks that stuff. And if you try, it will tell you that you've done something like this, and it'll tell you it just won't run that, and it'll skip to the next steps. All right. So that's there. So we're going to add, we'll just do an add field and a delete field just so you can kind of see how this works. All right, so we've got our task and save it. It shows up in my list now. I have a task in my list. I can give it a shortcut key. So if I want to actually set it up, so let's say I'm a very keyboard centric person. I don't want to select it from the list. I can assign it a key so that I can just run it through a shortcut. Or I can run it through the menu. So I have my task. I'm going to just open a file. I'm going to pick the one that we've been working on with the RDA stuff. So I have a file, and the way that I run a task then, once I have it created, is it shows up underneath the manage task. You see this thing called assign task. If I've assigned it a key, if I've assigned it a function key, a hotkey, it will show up down below and tell me which key is assigned to it. So I know which shortcut I can use to run the program automatically without having to select it from the menu. If I haven't assigned it a key, it shows up in my current tasks. So I can see every task that I've assigned, that I've created, and I can select them from that list as well. So let's say, yes,
One questions.
Yes.
Because I'm going to make so many mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So if I use a task or a set of tasks, okay?
Yes.
And I found out that there's a problem with the data.
Mm-hmm.
The special undo, what does it do? Only the last task or the full set?
That's a great question. It undoes the all of the elements run in the task. So
a set of tasks.
that's right.
Okay.
So if I have a task that does 50 steps, and I find that when I run it, there's a mistake in my records, and I do undo, it'll take it back to the start before I ran my task.
Okay, thank you.
So I have my task. Running it is as easy as just selecting it. And when I'm done, it gives me a set of results that tells me what's been accomplished. So it tells me that for the task that I just ran, it created 87 new fields. I asked it to create a new field. And it deleted, because I told it to delete every 600 field in the record, 270 of them. So I can see really quickly what's been done on my records. I can also see when stuff doesn't happen. So I'm expecting, if I have a set of best practices, and I know that stuff should happen in each one of these steps, if something doesn't happen in those steps, I can go back and investigate why. So this way I get a set of results.
Do you think,
Yes.
do you think you can use this managed task to try to translate the not fictional results in new map?
Yes, you certainly can. Well, you can use it if the updates you do allow you to, if that's how you do it, like you can do it without running a task. So when you do the conversion, can you do the conversion already? Do you have a set of steps that you run? No, then no. So you have to be able to do, so it's a set of steps. Yes, if you can create those steps, then you can assign it to task and run it. It would probably be, I actually would love to work with somebody to create a flip between you and Mark and Mark 21. I just don't have folks that, I don't really use you. If I know somebody now, if you want to work with me, certainly I'd love to. Yeah, because I know actually I kicked around the idea of Koha uses an XML to do it. I thought about seeing if they would be willing to lend it to me to do so. All right. So let us, we're at 1 o'clock, so I'm going to go kind of quickly to get through a couple of last things, and then I will let you guys go for lunch. All right. Okay. I wanted to show you a special class of edits that MarcEdit includes. So one of the things that would happen over and over again is folks would need to change casing. So you would get a set of vendor records, and the titles would all be in capitals. And that just drives everybody crazy. And there is a set of regular expressions you can use to do this, but they're really, really complicated. And they kept coming up on the list over and over and over again about how do I do this? And I don't want to do it just for the title, I want to do it for other stuff because my vendors made my descriptions all in capitals. I don't like that. So MarcEdit has in the editor, so in the Marc editor, under the edit button, there is this thing called edit shortcuts. And these are special edits that are essentially just regular expressions in the background that fix things. So in this case, one of those things that it fixes is case. So case is one of those things that comes up a lot with vendor records. So this has the ability to take any field and subfield and turn it to lowercase or uppercase or title case or initial case or capital initial case. Pick the one that you want to use, and that's what it's going to do when it runs through its process. It also has 3 other tools underneath it. One of them is the ability to find records missing a field. So earlier, we've seen how we could open up outside of the program and do that. Sometimes we don't want to go through that whole rigmarole of opening it up and importing the file just to find stuff. You just would like to know, is a record missing a field? And so this is a way to be able to do that. In the in the field edits, you can select find records missing field and tell it either a field or a field and subfield, and it'll just give you a list of the records missing that information. So if you want to, you can just get that. I mean, that's all you need is the list and be able to jump to those records, and there you go. You don't have to go out of MarcEdit, out of the editor, and then back in. Same thing for the one below it. I used to run into this all the time in our innovative. We had a Millennium system. When we would export serial records, it would include lots of 9XX holdings data, and we couldn't load them all back in. The records would get too big. And so the limit number of fields tool allows me to say, for say like the 650, I only want 3. And it'll remove ones that if it has more. So 650 is a bad example. But let's say I had a field where I have lots and lots of these fields and I want to parse them down. I only need a couple of them. A place where you would use this probably is converting XML data, because XML data doesn't have the same limits, length restrictions, field restrictions as MARC. So you may end up getting record sets that are too big to compile. And so this is a way to start breaking those down. Oh, and that actually is something I should mention. If you convert data in MarcEdit from XML to MARC, MarcEdit will automatically parse data down for you. So if you're doing conversions from MARC XML or OAI, and you run across a record that's too big, if it goes beyond the 99,999 characters that you're allowed in a MARC record, or goes beyond the 9,999 bytes in a field, the tool will automatically start truncating data, and it uses a code to tell you that it's been done. That way you can actually get records that are good, and does it in a way that's systematic. Okay, the last one that I wanted to point out, and since most folks here don't use OCLC, you may not actually look at this as an option, but it is to you. It is an option to you if you want to use it. The only requirements to use this is if you're a non-commercial entity. I think most folks here are non-commercial. If you get ebooks from a vendor, they probably don't come with a call number. And you might want a call number so that you can do browsing. A lot of folks in the US, that's why they use this tool. MarcEdit has the ability to use OCLC's WorldCat. OCLC is okay with this. To use WorldCat to get call numbers that you can then insert into your MARC records. It's called the call number classification tool. And you run it either from inside the MARC editor. It's under tools, and it's trying to remember where it's at. Tools, generate call numbers, that's it. Tools, generate call numbers, or from outside in the main program. You'll find it under, where the heck is it? Tools and generate call numbers, so that makes sense. Okay. So under tools and generate call numbers, the first time you run it, you're going to get a box. And this is the box OCLC makes me put up there that says that you understand OCLC's requirements, that you're not a commercial entity, and that you're going to use these records as an academic, essentially, that you're not going to sell the records. And as long as you can say okay to that, and I don't care if you do or don't, because I don't track that, that's something that's with you, between you and OCLC, then you sell it okay, and then you can start using the tool. And so what the tool does is you basically tell it a little bit about how your library creates call numbers. So the first option is for insertion, so we're going to add it to all records. We're not going to run this, it takes a little while, but we would say add to all records. Classifications, we tell it whether we're in Dewey or whether we're in the Library of Congress classification. That's right now, I think, the only two that OCLC supports for generation. So if you have I'm not familiar if you would have a different classification or not, but as long as you fit those two, you can use it. The other one is for subject headings. OCLC would love people to add fast headings to their records, and so there's a way to be able to create fast headings. You don't have to. And then the last one is on the options side where you tell it how it's going to create the call number. What fields is it going to go into? Are there indicators that should go into it? Do you do different things whether or not the data is a e-resource or whether it's a serial? So you collect some information about it. You tell it if you always want to insert a call number or don't insert a call number if like other call number fields are already there. And then when you're done, you tell it to go and it takes your records. It uses the OCLC number if it's present. If it's not, no worries. It uses the ISBN, ISSN, the title, the author, and it sends out a bunch of information to WorldCat. And WorldCat does a bunch of stuff over here. It says, oh, I found this record. This is the call numbers that are used on this record. And the one that's used by, say, 600 different people is this one. And I'll say, okay, that's the one we use. And then I put it in your record based on the information that you provided here. So it's a really easy way, especially for ebooks and vendor records where they don't have call numbers, and we still want to provide that browse kind of serendipitous kind of discovery through call numbers, a way to insert that data into your records. And a way that I'm sure that based on probably folks in this room, probably most everybody here, would fall under the user agreements that OCLC uses since it's not commercial. Okay. I want to let everybody have lunch because you guys have something on later in the afternoon. The stuff that I had afterwards is primarily around how to do a lot of the stuff we talked about yesterday. Do identification. If you're interested in seeing how you take your records and break them up into tiny little chunks that we use for BIBFRAME right now. If you're interested in that, I know there's a couple people, and I told them I'd be happy to show them. I will stick around because I'm not hungry. But I want to let everybody else go have lunch because Joy has a bunch of stuff to show you, and I would like to make sure that you guys can start on lunch. So thank you so very much. I hope that this was useful. I realized that I hopefully didn't talk too fast, and that the stuff will be useful for you. So thank you. Thank you.
5 minutes, and I would like to start a little contest. If everybody wants to go to the Facebook page of Koha Grupo Italiano, everybody does this? May I?
Yes, please. Are you looking for a webpage?
Webpage,
I got it. You looking for the Koha one?
Yes, yes.
I got it. I
Thank you for assisting me in
I
this.
can do that.
Is everybody on the Koha Grupo Italiano Facebook page? Everybody's there? So how many likes does Koha Grupo Italiano have actually?
Almost 499.
499. So we have a T-shirt for the 500. What for the 500? Okay. Okay. Who is not for 500?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. We got it. We got 502. So I had 3 T-shirts. So now we have to find out who liked that. How to? Okay, 500.
I'm not sure how you tell that. Be on the timeline.
Eric
Oh, that's,
Schmidt.
no, that's me. So would it be over here? I don't know how.
503.
Oh, because we're logged into me, so.
Okay. Well, you know, I have to let that.
Yeah, let me log out and let you log in.
Okay, we okay.
So now I'm gonna have to. That's crazy. I can never remember them either.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Oh,
Oh, we got it. Salvatore San Filippo. Provare. Okay, then we have Laura Gigli. Oh, Terry, the t-shirt is Thank you for your participation and grazie per la vostra partecipazione. Era un modo infatti per pubblicizzare le nostre iniziative, le iniziative del Coop italiano e come è stato ieri e anche oggi noi vi ringraziamo di aver partecipato. Adesso gentilmente vi invito infatti a pranzo che sarà nel giardino e siamo stati veramente fortunati che non piove.
That would be great if I can get something to go learn. All right. So it depends on. So I think that the work should probably.
Okay, well, the scenario, let's use a specific scenario, okay? I want to export some name of the files. Yes. I would like to check if I would like automated way the VR ID, okay? And then I want to export it as, I don't know, as
Okay.
because I don't know how different it's authorities.
Okay, good question. So there's a couple things. So in the authority record, at least right now, the groups that are discussing how authority records should be created aren't putting URIs in the authority records themselves because they're self-describing. Because the authority record number should be able to be generated. So a lot of it is happening, there is stuff going into the authority record. But the tools that I have wouldn't give you specifically the BIOF number for it, maybe.
So the
It would be,
it's
it's in the bibliographic record where the stuff's getting put into. So if I had, so let me show you what I
So it is not possible to even manually plug the ID on.
You could, but you would be breaking the, I don't know if it would actually get represented in BIBFRAME yet, because the discussion
I don't
is.
know. I think that even BIBFRAME hasn't decided what to do with the.
Exactly, because I think part of the thing is in BIBFRAME, there's a control number, and so that control number will be self-describing. So that's been part of the discussion. But let's see what it does. I haven't.
Actually, let me describe the scenario. I want to make a test, an experiment in my university. I will select ancient Greek philosophers.
Okay.
I will export the authorities. Yes. I will try to find the RFID for its philosopher. I don't know if there is yet. And then we will try to make link data and populate the Greek Wikipedia with that data. Because when I told about Sparkle and Voids, the system administrator went mad. I said, okay, you don't have another system, I will do something else.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the scenario.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will show you what I have, and then we can talk about maybe ways that we can adjust it. Because like I said, a lot of the tools are being developed around right now where the communities allow it, where the transition points happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we have original records here. So this is an authority set of records that we're getting from the University of Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And they give us a sense of data. And so we have control numbers, and we have the authorized heading and information here about that.
Mm-hmm.
When you run it through a control process, the way that it's coming out right now, so I'll show you what it looks like, and then I can show you how I got there. You get data like this. So you'll notice one of the things that's conspicuously missing, and we've gone back and forth about this, is the URI here.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the one that I would like to see put there, but we haven't been able to have a discussion about if that's possible. But you see something. There's a chance, because I let VOF be kind of a special thing. Maybe it'll work. Let's see. And part of it is because VOF is one of those other places where we're having significant discussions about whether or not we use VOF, because it's not necessarily the best process for linked data
Yes.
representation. We have, let's see, VOF, records, there we go, C records. So it actually works. Yeah, so it doesn't. So right now, in the authority records, the tool is specifically not putting things in the 100. If this was something you were particularly interested in, yeah, I'd be willing to add an option so you could override that value. Or change, actually, the way that this works
Of
is
course,
it's
this
through,
is logical because it is a novel.
yes.
Yes, but I'm only interested in just the name of.
Yeah, but in
the
this
author,
case,
yes,
this would be
yes.
it. This is actually,
Yes,
yeah.
it's logic
yeah.
because what does it refer
Yes,
to? Yes, this is logic.
So I could add an option, and in fact, we may be able to do it already. I have to look to override the basic functionality of how it works right now. Everything in MarcEdit is built through a rules file. There is a rules file in the linking tool. It's right here. Let's see if I've already got it open in my XML editor. Yes. So this is how it understands how to break apart data. And you tell it whether or not you want to do just bibliographic data. So that's why the 100 isn't processed. You want to process the 100, make that bibliographic in authority. It's the syntax like.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, right here, authority, yeah. So you put that in, and then MarcEdit would process the 100 field, and you could add a VOF field that way. And so you would have to change your own rules because these rules are based on what the MAC processing is that we're proposing. But you could change the rules and set it up so that in your authority records you could include VOF identifiers in your 100 field. And then once you have that information, if you're interested in how this tool is the one that uses the Library of Congress's processing rules for creating BIBFRAME.
The converter that
Yes,
they have on
it's not their converter, but it uses the same it uses XQuery. There's their XQuery tools in the background. And so it takes that same rule set that they're using and breaks it into all of the little descriptive components that you would find. So you want to do the linking first, otherwise it's useless. And then you can go back here and you can pick your file and run it through.
Can you show us some bibliographic data?
Yeah. So we'll grab a.
Are you interested in that?
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
So we'll grab a small set of bibliographic
Yes, of
records.
course.
This takes a little bit of time to run. So this is a nice set.
Probably test file and then link. It's the same.
Yeah, I think that's probably good. So we'll take that. I haven't made sure. Yeah. Okay, so we'll use that one. And we're going to create a save file. So the save file is going to be based on serialization you use. So whether it's XML or JSON. So I have an RDF. I'm using an RDF save file. So. Tell it what the file type is, because MarcEdit can move between either MARC XML, EAD, FGDC, mods, or Onyx, and move those data types into the BIBFRAME associated components. So in this case, we're using MARC. The data serialization we'll use is RDF XML, but we can pick one of these other ones if we were interested. And then we process, and then it takes a little while because now it has to go through and it has to chunk everything up. And it's pulling data from the Library of Congress because it pulls it from their GitHub site. There it is. It's done. It's faster than I thought it was going to be. All right, and so we have our BIBFRAME components. I'll open this up real quick. So now we get our data chunked up, so we can see our works, all the little works in here. You can see it broken down into their specific references. And so you get your set of triples that you can work with. And so works, Steve instances, they're going to be somewhere in
Why
there.
don't we have any data yet?
Yeah. Well, part of it is because nobody can agree that this is what it should look like. I mean, that's the challenge, is that one of the things that BIBFRAME did is it removed a lot of fervor concepts. And they're slowly adding some of that back. And so, I mean, that has been the ongoing discussion. The other one is they started at a very narrow, about looking at specific types of data. And now they're expanding it by bringing in other communities. Say, I'm a music community. I need this to, this is my MARC data. How am I going to work in here? Like, oh, crap, you didn't include that. Okay, let's start, tinkering here and dealing with it. So you're having an expansion of what BIBFRAME means, in addition to what Zafira is doing with BIBFRAME Lite, which is looking at BIBFRAME from a slightly different lens. They're interested in it in discovery, so it's a little bit different approach.
Yes, and there's another approach, if I'm right.
Yes.
The National Library of Medicine.
They're working with Zafira, BIBFRAME Lite. Yes.
Okay.
But National Library of Germany actually uses their own flavor. It's yes, they created a flavor in parallel with the BIBFRAME process. Yes.
And if BIBFRAME, because they have already announced that they have some thoughts for BIBFRAME too, if it changes,
This will change as well, yes.
Yes.
The next time,
Is it easy for you to change that?
I don't change it.
Okay.
The tool actually goes to the Library of Congress's source files and pulls them down.
Okay.
And so as soon as they make a change, I make a change.
Yes.
So-
wise thing to do that.
Yeah, made it so I didn't have to maintain stuff.
No.
And
Yes.
then this gives librarians a way to play with it. So this is somewhat useful for librarians, but a lot of them don't want to read it this way. So there's another way you can do it. You can break these down as objects. So I find JSON is sometimes a little easier for folks to read. So if I took that same file,
Mhm.
this kills me because the computer's a really fast computer, but the way that my work is set up, the networking, everything, it thinks it should be networked. It goes crazy. For JSON, for MARC, we're going to do a serialization of JSON, serialized JSON, or exhibit JSON. We have to use exhibit JSON for JSON is more object oriented. We have to flatten it a little bit to make it easier to read for folks. So exhibit JSON is the serialization. It's a little easier to read. And we go ahead and process the data and let it stay here. All right, that's been processed. Open this up. Pick our viewer, load, JSON file. Okay, it's been close the program. It's been blocked. There we go. There we go. So it takes that JSON file and it breaks it down into items so that people can then look at the individual pieces a little bit easier than having to screen through it through the XML. And so now you can see, okay, this is a work, this is the identifier, these are the URIs, I can search within it, I can read it in plain text if I need to. It's a little bit more accessible for some people than the XML because if you're not used to reading XML all day, that gets a little bit overwhelming. And this is more just plain text. It fits a little bit more into the way we read data anyway.
Yes.
I'm going to grab something to eat because I'm fainting. But
Yes.
Well, we'll talk about this more
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes,
for your time.
yes,
Thank you.
You're coming for lunch?
I am.
Thank you. I think at the beginning it was a bit hard because people were getting lost between the data file.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then everybody followed me.
I was really glad Eric was here to help go around and do that. And he gave some good advice. He was telling me as I was going along, don't need to. I was like, okay.
Excuse me.
Can I leave stuff here? You think we can leave stuff here? Nobody can get into this.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Say.
Well, I was gonna say, the only people who can get in here are the people who can jump the security fence. And
That's right.
This is the fancy desk. That is the fancy desk.
Let's see here. Oh, I need my VGA.
Yes. Do you want one?
I have one.
Okay. Ready, acknowledge me. That's
Figured she had to make an appearance. This is probably the only picture I've got of her that you can actually see her.
Right.
With a black hat, she's hard to photograph. No, I love how she just giving Alan a back massage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually Terry. He's interested in doing
Oh, wow.
MarcEdit stuff on it. Yeah. It's cool to hear that MarcEdit is really right. So I think what I told him was more that people would call up and it would be an open thing. Right. So
I like it.
the Koha. And those cool to learn that it's only yes.
But I should have that.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. Well, my Reese. I'm on Wi-Fi, so yeah, I
Make sure it starts with USA. That's what Jerry said.
I haven't seen. That's money. No. Yeah. Yeah. That's you take it apart, gorgeous. It's not like higher this hard drive. It's gorgeous. But the new one, that's like really fast. So that all that just that was one of those. Yeah, sure. Yeah. 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 So funny. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 It's not really tough. Next. Yeah. 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 Right. Yeah. The guy. Yeah, that's.
Sì, sì, sì. Questo no. Questo è questo.
I have cheese ou cheese? Eu queria dar só que no supermercado. Ah, vai ser muito difícil.
Yes? Okay, I will come.
This was yeah.
It's pretty good.
Oh, I did. So, you should practice that. Yeah, it's not inside. So just close the Yeah. Yes. Right. It seems like migrate. I rely on that. So, you know, it's something else. Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah, I did that yesterday. You did already? Yeah, and I emailed. Yeah, so it should be, I know definitely the 235 search will work. And then we may just have to go and fix this.
So you want
Yeah, I'll have, this is a critical. Yeah. So, I may stick around for, I can't do it. I can't do any of the RF. Yeah. So I may need to stick around. It's not. We were out there. Yeah. Yeah.
Your last name?
Yeah, we should. Got it.
And then, And I didn't see any more. Yeah. I couldn't see
hands-on, or should just follow this like this?
I'm just gonna go through a few slides.
Sorry, they can sit at the back.
That's a really good question. I've not used the on a map, but I figured
Sure. That's it. So just
oh, broken.
These are the bits that I've gone.
You want me to hand them now?
Not yet, there's a people will read them. Right?
Well, maybe that's good.
Well, we don't want to read them, just, so I was gonna show a few things, and then, a couple slides there.
Green handout? Those are just in that. Oh. Nope.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back to learn about BIBFRAME. We're going to be looking at some of the tools that the Library of Congress specifically has created to describe resources using BIBFRAME. But before we kind of get to some of that fun, and I know all of y'all are going to find it just super fun. First, this is my other cat, Decimal. Those of you who were there yesterday saw Dewey. This one is Decimal. She's much harder to photograph since she's black. And get this started. The first thing I wanted to show everybody is sort of a proof of concept of linked data. I think something that was kind of a common thread yesterday was, well, who is doing this? Where are some examples of this? And there's a library school in New York City that is doing a linked data. Oh, I don't think the slides are on the computer. You can go to this website. If you have a browser open, you can go to this website. And it's a pretty basic website. I'll go there too. Okay. So obviously the first thing that we see when we go to the link to Jazz, if you saw it, it was loading all of the triples. And so what they have done here, this is not an academic, this is not a collection. I'm thinking that the library professor that did this really likes jazz. And it was an interesting topic for this person. And so everything on this site is jazz. And there are some other parts to this website that if you have time to explore later, I would encourage it. Part of it involves some oral histories that they request that people listen to and tag these oral histories so that then they can create additional links. And so it's very much crowdsourced linked data in a way. But for me, the most interesting thing is there's two things that are interesting. And that's seeing how people relate. And so specifically talking about jazz entertainers and other notable individuals, there are people that you wouldn't think would be related in any kind of relationship, but if we put in a couple of people, we'll start with, I'm going to put in Ella Fitzgerald, because I like her. And we see, there she pops up, and there's an image, and if we wanted a little bit more information, we hover over it. It'll give us some basic information that it's pulling probably through a Sparkle query to Wikipedia. And it's hard to read, but you can see a little bit of a description of her. So I thought, well, who would be somebody who's not at all related? Who's never sang with her? Who's never played with her? Let's see how we can get a relationship here. And thought, well, let's see if they have Martin Luther King Jr. I don't think he was a jazz musician, but when I found him in here, I thought, that's interesting. And then all of a sudden, we get these two individuals up on the screen, and they are related, but they're related through a third individual. And so within the graph, it has gone from Ella Fitzgerald, and in order to get to Martin Luther King Jr., it goes through Abby Lincoln to find that.
You don't have to find the URL. So where do they click there? They don't link jazz, but I don't find this search box.
This one was, let me see, because you go to the, I think it's the dynamic up on the top right. Let me see what the original link was. Yeah, network. So linkedjazz.org/network.
/ network.
Right, so scroll down. Oh, you know what, it's okay. Network visualization. Right, okay. On the right, you might have to scroll down, something called network visualization. Here. Right, yeah, perfect. And this particular screen right here, this very first one that you see, it's just everybody that they have in their system. And by just moving the mouse over the screen, you start to see who's related amongst all these singers, musicians, composers, producers, et cetera, and you can start to see some of the value of linked data, at least as proof of concept here, by saying, hey, I had no idea that Ella Fitzgerald was related to Martin Luther King Jr. May not actually be an interesting relationship in this particular instance, but we can get to the two of them, and perhaps there's something about Abby Lincoln that we want to research to find out why are they related? What do they have in common with each other? And so as far as research goes, it's just now opened another door for us to go down and say, hey, there's something here. So this is one of my favorites, but this particular, let's see, it's this page right here. In that upper right, you'll see that there are 4 little, I don't know, they're not icons, fixed, free, similar, and dynamic. And this is the dynamic, I believe, where you'll get the list of names if you wanted to just simply select a few people and see how they graph out.
We can make it bigger. Full screen.
Let's see.
Just full screen.
Yeah. So, you know, we can select other individuals here, and Nat Adderley's not related. Christina Aguilera, I don't know why she's a jazz singer in here, but apparently she's related to Nancy Wilson. Probably she sang one of her songs, is what I would guess. That is the right, it's the dynamic up here, so here. So you can click around on some of those names. Pick your favorite jazz singer. See how they're related to Christina Aguilera. Oh, there's dancers. We got Alvin Ailey in here as well. And if you remember when I was talking yesterday about the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, this is a very similar concept to what I imagined they're working on, except for them it would be more like you know, selecting a casino and maybe a entertainer and seeing what they had in common, and then also pulling in some of the you know, the costumes and menus as well into something. I like this visualization. I'm a very visual person, so this really suits me when I look at linked data. I think of it in this way. I think of it in graphs. It helps me establish those relationships. But you could also see they could just present this out in a much more linear format by just pulling the data, querying those endpoints, and saying, hey, this person, Abby McDonald, shared this with this person shared this person. And maybe the resources behind it, you have links to those as images. So bookmark that one, send it to yourself, and play around with that one later and show it to all of your friends and get them excited about linked data. Right. So this you probably can't see, but you should probably be able to recognize it even from a distance, that it's a MARC record. And what I've circled here are just a fraction of some of these implied or implicit information that exists here. When we look at this, and this is for the movie Oliver. Has anybody seen Oliver? It came out, I think, in 1968, so it's an old movie. And it's based on Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, but it's a musical. So, I mean, I think that's hilarious. I have yet to find a copy. It's not on Netflix or anything like that. But if we look at this record, you can see in the 245 tag, or not, but just trust me, the 245 field, we've got the A, which is Oliver, so that's our title. And then beyond that, what I've circled here in the subfield C is Romulus production. Well, Romulus production is really an entity in of itself. We would be able to pull this Romulus production out, link to it as a URI and say, hey, it's its own thing, and then Romulus production would then have other movies that it's produced that we really liked their work, for example. Hey, they do good stuff. But what else have they done? There's also a director in the 245C, Carol Reed. There's a producer, John Wood. There's a screenplay here, Vernon Harris. Well, gosh, I mean, he wrote a screenplay. Maybe that exists somewhere that we could actually go read. Some maybe movie library, you know, has that copy in their archives, and maybe it's digitized and we can go read it to kind of see. Maybe he's written marginalia, you know, notes that are interesting, like, oh, Oliver shouldn't say that here. We were doing some research. Obviously, then in the 260, which contains all of our publication information, we've got Columbia Pictures. You know, we've got a location of the United States. We go down a little further into the 508 tag, which is going to contain, and I'd have to look up specifically what you're supposed to put in a 508. But here it's got book, music, lyrics by Lionel Bart. So that to me sounds like three things that now we've shoved into one, well, four things that we've shoved into one tag. We've got a book, we've got music, and we've got lyrics. And we have somebody who wrote it. So we have some sort of creator. So now we have four hidden pieces of information in one tag. If we go down a little further, I didn't even circle it. 511 has all of the actors. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 actors in there. Well, if I was researching Harry Secombe, you know, it would be very difficult. Really, the only way I would be able to get at this record in a traditional search is through a keyword search on this entire MARC record. And we all hate keyword searches. You know, you just get too much stuff. And you would have to really then sort through and comb through this record to find that hidden one name in that record. And then we've got another 500 tag, which is freely adapted from Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. And so again, we've got two pieces of information shoved into one tag, which is Charles Dickens, who he's a creator. He should have his own identification tag, and Oliver Twist, which is the original work that this was based on, that concept, Oliver Twist. And there are others in here. I think on this one, yeah, again, if we go down and look at some of the 655 tags in here, some of the subject tags, those are MIM, which I think is moving images, tags, or vocabulary. And so those should have some sort of URI that takes us to that established entity. Musicals, that has a URI, it's a thing that's being controlled. And there's 4 of those in there. So you can see there's a lot of stuff, and I just went through the basic, and this is a relatively small record. And I think this is one of the classic examples where we can see that MARC doesn't really suit all materials. We're shoving all of this great data for moving images in particular into this where it's not really appropriate. Linked data allows us a lot more freedom in how we describe these resources to begin with, not to mention then the ability to search these resources and pull them all together. So what does it look like in BIBFRAME? And I have to warn you, you can't read this from where you are. Even on the screen, it's like, and even better, I've actually reduced this to get it to fit onto this page. So I've eliminated a lot of stuff from the record, just to give you an idea of what it looks like. This is what I call, it's called the N3 notation 3, which is just a way of expressing those triples, those little 3-word sentences. That's what this is, and we'll go over some of this in more detail later. But this is what a BIBFRAME description of a resource would basically look like in this format. We can also express it in XML, but if you wanted to see 3 times as many words, XML would give it to you. There's a lot more tags, a lot more angle brackets, it's a lot more to parse through to get to that information. This, to me, is easier to read, believe it or not. I like this. It reads more like sentences without a lot of extra verbiage in there. And we'll look at MARC record, or some MARC records transformed into BIBFRAME so that you can see how they take how they're dealing with the titles, how they would be dealing with some of the, let me see if we've got authors and stuff here. We don't. This is actually a case of poorly, of what makes the transformation difficult. In this upper right, and I'll probably end up emailing these slides to you so you can have them and see them. But in the upper right, you can see where they've got performer notes, and it's just a list of the cast members. So this is an example where that transformation to BIBFRAME is going to take some creative programming or manual intervention to really say, okay, if this tag, performer, you know, the 508 or 511, whatever it was, has names and they're separate, we think they're names and we separate them by commas, maybe we pull them out individually, analyze them, and then see if we can find entities to then link to them. In an ideal world, you would have an individual line or an individual triple for each performer. This is a performer. This is a, or this work. That's probably a work record. Actually, this is an instance. So this instance has this performer. It also has this performer. It also has this performer. And instead of listing them as literals, we would be listing them as the URIs. Okay, so here's a much more simple version of the RDF syntax. And this is, again, the N3 syntax. And you can see over here, we've got subjects, predicates, and objects. And up at the top, the first three examples you have, you've got URIs, because your subjects are URIs. What are we talking about? And in this case, I've just made one up. This is an example record. And it is an instance. And believe it or not, they use the word A in that syntax. So this is A, and we're going to call it an instance. And the BF stands for BIBFRAME in this example. It's also, this particular thing is also a monograph in BIBFRAME terminology. So we can call it more than one thing. It's an instance and it's a monograph. This thing, this URI, has dimensions, and you can see now here's our, we have a property here. The instance and monograph are what we call classes, but this right here is a property. So it has the dimensions, and it's 24 centimeters. And you'll notice at the end of each one of these triples, there's a period. So we write them just like sentences. This is a instance, period, end. That's right, computer knows to stop now. We go to the next one. This is a monograph, period. All right. Well, I kind of like the way computers think sometimes, and they tend to be very efficient. Some people call it lazy. I call it efficient. Why should we have to keep typing over and over and over this URI? It doesn't make sense. My fingers get tired. What if I mistype it? Or it just takes up space, even in a database, to have to retype that string. And if we're going to be creating 5 million triples out of our collections, we want to preserve as much space as we can. So we'll say in this middle example, this example is an instance. And we're kind of done with that triple, but we want to keep talking about this URI, example N198. All right, so instead of putting a period and telling the computer we're done, we're going to say, I have more to say about this URI, so let me pause you, kind of, with a semicolon. All right, now the assumption is that we're talking about the same URI subject, and we just go on to say, it's a monograph. And then we're not done, so another semicolon, we go to the next one and we say, and it has dimensions of this. So that's what that one looks like. You can make the assumption that those subject URIs are carried through your entire description. And you see the last one there has the period, because we're done. I'm done now talking about this particular subject URI, period. Okay? But I'm even lazier than that, okay? Right? So if instance and monogram are both considered classes within the BIBFRAME model, they're at the same level. We're a class. Okay? So you have classes and you have properties. So I'm a class. Well, then I should be able to make the assumption that I don't have to use the same predicate, right? So in that last example, we see here's the subject URI in 198, and it is a instance, comma, monograph. Okay, so now I can put essentially, if you know programming, this is an array of data that refers to this one URI. And we only have to specify the subject and predicate one time. And we just say, it's these two things. And they're the same kind of thing. They're both classes, okay? And then we put a semicolon and we go down to the next line again and say, and it also has, this URI has a property of dimensions and it is 24 centimeters. And we put it here, we're done, okay? So this is, at its most basic, how you would write in fully verbose RDF, nothing wrong with it. Perfectly easy to read, and it's the best way to kind of enter into the world of RDF triples. Just write it all out, all right? And then you start to see the patterns, and you start to get tired to write it out. Let's see how we can condense it a little bit, and then condense it even more. It gets even more condensed. You can start nesting things, and you'll probably see that in some of the examples when we start looking at the transformation. But for now, this is it. All right, so we go back to this. And because, you know, some of this is very long, and I do wish I had a pointer, but you can start to see where some of this is nested. We're not, it's not all triples, kind of 1, 1, 1. It's referring to one thing at the top, and then I can read across until I get a semicolon, and I say, okay, the semicolon means I'm going to be referring to that same subject, and maybe even the same predicate. And I go to the next line and I see a property. So I know now that I'm looking at the same URI, but I'm also looking at a new property, and it gives me that. Then it's a literal string for what that property is. And so that's kind of how you read it. It's much like XML. If anybody's really enjoys reading XML, it's similar. It's kind of nested. It's like a tree. You just start at the top and kind of work your way down in this syntax. Okay. Oh, this is probably a better example. You probably can read this one. Again, we've got a URI for an instance. We're going to say it's a instance and monograph, semicolon, talking about, now we're going to continue talking about the same URI and say it has property of dimensions, and here's the string, and this is what it is, 12-inch viewing copy. And then another semicolon, so we're still talking about the same URI, and here's the extent, what it's made of, the 2 video discs. All right, so we go to the next one, and then you can see it's an instance of, so this instance or this edition, it's an instance of this resource or this work, this concept. So in Ferber, the instance of is referring back up to what the concept is. Oh, look, does that work on that? Did you break it?
No, it should work.
Okay, let's see. You know what, but it doesn't show up on the screen. Not on the screen. But it works here. There's nothing. Just follow the.
If it's useful later.
Okay, well, you know, I can work with that. Or I need like a long stick.
Yeah.
I'll just stand under it. All right, can you all see the brackets that appear by BFLCCN? We're looking at the 5th line down. So on that 5th line, we've started another, that's another property. So again, because the last line ended in a semicolon, we're still talking about this same URI, this instance, and it has the property of an LCC control number of, okay, now we have a bracket. What does the bracket mean? The bracket is kind of a way to say the object here is this stuff over here. Okay, and you'll notice in this bracket we've got a lot of stuff. We have we have first that this, it's how do I describe it? The property first of all starts as this property is an identifier. Okay, so that's good. That's good to know. this property, LCCN, is also the identifier scheme LCCN, and it gives us a URL. We didn't know what LCCN is. Now we know what LCCN is. Okay. And then again, this LCCN property is also, it has this identifier value of that number. So really, the LCCN number is 965-03764. But there's other information that we need to provide about that LCCN. So we're nesting a series of triples within brackets as an object to itself. Okay? So it's nested within that, and that's how you would read those. In fact, you could have its own. You could have your own triple in there, and I don't think I have an example like that. But those could refer to just a whole other triple. We can't easily express this object as a one thing or a literal. We have to use a bunch of links to describe what this object is. And that's how we do it. Okay, so here's where we get the handouts. So the first thing, get my assistant, right? Thank you. So the first activity is pretty basic, where it's just writing some triples. And these don't have to be, and these can be triples about anything. I did have some pages, but it was too much to print, 40 copies of, but I have some photocopies of some books. If anybody wants to try to write some triples on a book, get Twinkies. Oh, here's the, you can share those if you like. I've got, anybody want Canterbury Tales?
We don't, but you don't have another example.
I don't, just these. And they don't have to be book related. You could write triples for anything. You could write a triple about your own life, like I did yesterday, and then you make up your own vocabulary. You don't have to use BIBFRAME vocabulary properties.
Share with your friend.
So this is the general idea of what I'm talking about here. When I say write some triples, let's write some triples. And they can be any kind of triples. Start thinking in threes. Thinking in threes. And once you've written a series of triples, 5 triples would be enough. And try to make some of them related, like I have here, where I'm linking Pavarotti to a city, and then a city, or I'm naming that city, and then that name is a city, and that name of a place is also located here. Once you have that, the next example is to actually make a graph of your triples and see how they relate. If you're visual like me, that'll be the fun part. This is where I put my art school training to use, drawing circles.
You might ask them to imagine the book.
Yes, you could also imagine a book. You could write your own book. You could write a book. What would it be?
Yes. And then just a book.
No, your subject is in a triple. It's going to be, they can't hear anything. Right, you go to the, and then your phrase, you go to the, whatever part is going to be described. It's going to be your type. So you're going to say this thing. This is Your subjects are always yeah, what you're find is, right, so you're saying, but for now, you can, the easiest way to do it is just to start writing. But right, you have and we would describe this day work. And then we would say, this work. So it has this addition. And then we describe this addition with various huge that relate to case that are destinies. So what do you we would say, this instance is, and we can I think within the.
It's an example.
Yeah, and it's a basic example, but yeah. I think when we get to the migrate, you should be able to create it. You really want to see how it is. There's a lot of ways that it different entry points to understand it. All right. So I grabbed Brendan's triples. I know a lot of you all have been writing triples for books, which is great. Brendan did not do books, but he did one about Brendan. So I was going to share his up on the board. And what he says is that Brendan Gallagher plays baseball. So there's one of his triples. You have a subject, a predicate, and an object. This is what he does. This is how we describe a little bit of Brendan. And someone actually described to me that this could be sort of the field name. If you think about it in database, that's how your brain works in databases. This could be the field, and this could be the value in that field. It's kind of another nice way to think about how we use this terminology. But we also put a semicolon here. If any of y'all bothered with the correct punctuation, right? We also have, he is a member of Koha. And another semicolon, he has one more. And Brendan is the release manager. And here we're done, so we'll put a period. And then he goes on to talk about Koha. Koha is an open source ILS. Semicolon. Was created September '99 and released June 2000. And a period. Okay. So those were his triples, and then let's see if this one works better. think I'll just put it here. So we've got, put Brendan right here in the middle of the graph. Draw a line over here and say member Koha. All right. We've got a created date, 1999. A released date, 2000, June 2000. And he is the release manager. And actually, what he didn't draw on here is that the release manager is related to Koha. The release manager is also a member of Koha. And he plays baseball. What he failed to do here was actually put me in a circle somewhere. Right? And link me in. But you can see, the concept of RDF triples is just starting to think about things in groups of 3. So this is where we get to get really down and dirty with some of the BIBFRAME tools. I'm going to leave this one up. There's not really anything that's past this. Just use the tools. So the first one here will take you to the landing page for the tools, and within that you'll find an editor, a transformation service, and a comparison. And I have a few words in the handout about how you can use those. With the editor, I will warn you, when you create a BIBFRAME record, you can preview it, but you can't save it. Okay. And you can't save it and then update it. Even the Library of Congress can't update their own BIBFRAME descriptions yet. They haven't figured that part out. They know how to make them. They just can't create, they can't edit them. That's I'm sure they'll solve that. But the transformation service is great. If you have MarcXML, and I know since we all had Terry's MarcEdit workshop this morning, you should have some MARC files available if you want to create MarcXML and grab one of those MarcXML records. You can copy that into the transformation service, and it'll take your perfectly good MARC and turn it into even better BIBFRAME descriptions. You'll be able to see how it's translating, and this is translating simply based on what it thinks those tags mean. So if you feed it a 508 tag in your MarcXML, it's just going to say, hey, the string I found in this 508 tag, these are performer nodes. And that's what it's going to put that into the syntax. It's not going to be smart enough to go get all of the URIs for all of those individual performers yet. A true transformation tool is going to be a little bit smarter than the one that's here currently. My favorite is the BIBFRAME to MARC comparison. This is where you go onto the Library of Congress catalog, and I can help get some numbers and put them up on the board for you so you don't have to spend some time searching for those. If you put in an LCCN number into this comparison tool, it'll say, okay, here's what we say the MARC looks like, and this is what we think the BIBFRAME looks like. And it's a really great way to kind of see how they view that translation. You want to see the website? So this is where that first link will take you to, just the landing page for the tools. The first one being the profile editor. They've got a catalog in here. I've downloaded some of this, and I would skip some of this. Here's the transformation, MarcXML to BIBFRAME transformation. This is the editor you should use. This is the demonstration site. I have actually downloaded the profile editor. Anybody can download it. And I handed it to one of my developers and I said, make this work. It took them 5 minutes on our server, 5 minutes to just get this editor up and working. Again, it doesn't save anything, but it is interesting to work with. So that, if you wanted to go back and have somebody download it for you to play with, you could. All right, and down here is where they list some of the, here's the comparison service, again, the transformation service. And then you can also download it as well. And if you're not really interested in that and you really want to learn more about what the vocabulary is, there is a link there to the vocabulary in RDF. It may not be the most friendly if it's an RDF to read, because it's more going to be a description of how all of these classes and properties relate. If you're interested in viewing the vocabulary, we go back up to the top. Over here on the left, you will see, here's a link to the vocabulary. And the model view is the one that we saw yesterday. It's gonna, there it is. Everybody loves that, right? But if you go down into the category view, here we go. And this starts to give you a little bit of explanation on what some of the terms are that they're using in BIBFRAME. And again, to me, the vocabulary is not necessarily the important part of it, and maybe that's, you know, I'm not a true cataloger, right? So the vocabulary is going to be very important when we use it. But for now, learning where they're starting from to say, hey, we're going to be talking about classes, and these are the terms we think are important. This is the title. This is the key title. Here we get some of the RDA in here. Music number, the music key, the music medium. I think that's one of the 3XX tags in RDA. Title attributes. So there's a lot of what the Library of Congress has sort of established as important ways to describe the data we've been putting into MARC tags. So, what I did not, let me hear it. If you want to see my instance of the editor, it's down at the bottom. joy.test.bywatersolutions.com/BFE/pound. Not the easiest URL to get to. I should have renamed that Joy's Fabulous BIBFRAME Editor, but that's what it is. If you want to search a catalog, the Library of Congress has bibcat.org so that you can, the only thing I can think of is what Eric said. It's ugly. It's not pretty. It's not bad, but it's not a full catalog. But it will give you a sense of how, as they're cataloging in linked data, what it's starting to look like for them, how they're starting to conceptualize it. And everything here is a work in progress. So I would put money on, if you came back in 3 to 6 months, this would work a little differently. The tools would be better. They may even be able to save some of these records, well, not records, descriptions we're creating. All right. So use the tools. If you have trouble getting to those tools, I can help. And I'm going to look up some of the OCLC, or not OCLC, some of the LCCN numbers to for the comparison tool requires an LCC number. So let me find a few of those for you.
Yes.
May I ask something? In the BIBFRAME editor, there are two options. BIBFRAME kitchen sink profile.
The big box.
Then,
Big
right, yeah.
No, kids. I think that's small.
Okay.
See,
First, I thought that
and then, you have any file?
as like a base to upgrade
No,
number one.
no.
And I thought kitchen sink would be
Yes.
all by one, but now I see more or less the same.
And what's interesting is the kitchen sink profile is new
Yes,
since the last time I looked at it.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not that long ago, so they are adding this, I don't know what the kitchen sink is, but you can see, yeah, you can click on that second part, and you don't have to start at the top. Yeah, right, you can start it, you can create an instance.
I mean, there's there is support somewhere, and
I mean, it might make sense if you have a completely new resource that you start at workflow, that makes perfect sense. Right, but I mean, you just now got into the library,
Let's
you
use-
right? You go to create word exists somewhere, you're just gonna go grab it, you're gonna create an instance.
Perfect.
Or a whole thing or an animation or whatever you want these days. Is it happening?
This
We're gonna be
is
yes, yes.
This is different. Ugly. No valid. Difficult. No fear. Mhm.
Do we need the special browser or something because it doesn't work?
What doesn't?
have a browser. I can't.
Oh.
Don't get anything?
No. Okay. We're guessing. We're guessing.
Yes,
Right now,
I see that because it's happens a lot.
New version.
So let's see.
This is- Ah.
You can, I don't think I can make this bigger. This URL here down at the bottom is my editor on my instance, on my test site. You might try that. If you're not getting the Library Congress editor to work, go to that one. The last one, joy.test.
Just
It's an older version of the editor. Last time I used it, it works. It works.
yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
The last one was okay.
And I am seeing that it's working over there, so hopefully we get 40 people hitting it. Our system. Yeah.
Even your. Yes.
Oh, see.
Okay, I think that goes to show you that it's early.
You can fill in, and just put anything in here. And then see what happens. See if you can break them off. Okay, yes.
So the comparison service is working. If you wanted to switch over to that, the editor's giving you fits at Library of Congress. This is the comparison service. And I have 3 LCC numbers up on the board. If you don't want to have, you could probably just enter a series of numbers and something will come up. But if you want to look at something specific, there's 3 examples. This is one of them, and you can see that the MARC record is nice and tidy, at least it's small. But you can see how much bigger the turtles are over here. It's a lot more data. That's where they're still in the silent project. They have the usage, that's what they're still flushing out.
Test di prova, no?
Sure. So, is anybody interested in learning about Sparkle?
Yes.
And who doesn't just love to say that, right? I love it. Let's talk a little bit about Sparkle. So, in the future, we've now created all of these descriptions in RDF. We have all of these triples, and you saw how many of them we create, lots of them. Well, how do we get to this data? It's not stored in a relational database. It's not stored in MARC, where we can use modules to pull out certain parts of MARC. How do we get to it? I'll show you how we get to it currently. Yes, here. Okay. Oh, and I'll send these slides on. So if you want to look at some of the information that the Library of Congress is providing its catalogers during the pilot project, these are two URLs that you can see how they trained their catalogers, how to describe resources in RDF and in BIBFRAME. Or if you want to take a picture. I'll email them. I'll send them to Frances today. She can email them out to everybody so you can have them. Yes. These are not top secret. Yeah. So we have. Yes, that's right. I'm on YouTube. It's not a secret. So we're going to talk about Sparkle, which is an RDF query language, and I love Sparkle because it refers to itself in its name. It's like talking about itself in the third person. So Sparkle stands for Sparkle Protocol and RDF query language. So. And this is the basic structure. Does anybody have experience writing SQL queries at all? So if you have some working knowledge of writing queries in SQL, you're going to get a little bit of this language in Sparkle. So this is the most basic query we could write in Sparkle, which is to select everything where there's a subject, a predicate, and an object. Uh-oh. So whatever we've just thrown this query at, we have gotten everything. And I always joke, we have broken the internet. And chances are we haven't broken the internet, but we sure have timed out. That's never going to return anything that's useful to us.
How is the triple like the one you wrote previously, Brendan is the release manager for Koha? How is it displayed? Because it's complex triple.
No, it's just a triple of three. So Brendan is the release manager of Koha. So Brendan and Koha would both be URIs. They would be entities. And then the release manager in our vocabulary would be how we would relate those to it. And the computer would know how to relate.
Brendan Koha.
Brendan Koha. And then they're
Related
related.
manager is release manager.
Yes. So do you have the Kevin Bacon game? So everybody is, do you know who Kevin Bacon is? He's an American actor. And the big joke in America is that you can get to Kevin Bacon through 6 people, right? And so or in movies, right? So you start thinking like, oh, well, this person was in that movie, and then we get to Kevin Bacon. And I don't know why people chose Kevin Bacon, but it's funny. And they say, well, within graphs, we can actually get to Kevin Bacon in 2.5, not 6. It's like, graphs have been, they're our friend. We get to Kevin Bacon faster. Anyway, so here we go with the query language. So if we didn't want to get everything, we would just say, hey, let's limit the results we get back. I don't want to get everything. I don't want to get 5 million triples on my desktop. So let's limit this to 10. Just give me 10. The problem is with this is that the first 10 triples in any triple store are usually really boring. So let's add an offset. Let's start in the middle. Let's just dive right in. Let's go into the middle and say, starting at 10,000, give me 10 triples. Let's see what you have. So here's an example of a Sparkle query, and this is done on, I love these names, on the Snorkel interface. And I don't know what Snorkel stands for, but so we use Sparkle on Snorkel, and we would type in this query, and everything that has the question mark, you make those words up. Those aren't real. Those are just for your information. So depending on what you say, we could call that X, Y, and Z. So select question X, question Y, question Z. Before you saw question S, question P, question O. Those are utilized just at the time it's being run. They are actually not part of any language that we need to be using. I like to have them so they make sense. It's much like a database design. If your fields don't make sense, it's like you lose track of what is in that field. And so the general accepted notion is these should make sense to you when you read the query. All right, so we've got this select. We want to select a property, and we want to say where it has the value and is a value of. Okay, and then we're going to say where. All right, and this is looking for a city in Texas called Paris, right? And we have an Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas. The problem is our Eiffel Tower is much shorter. It's actually wearing a cowboy hat as well. So that's the URI, that's our subject. So within the where statement, we have this subject of Paris, Texas, the predicate is the property, and then the has value. So we want all of the properties and values where the subject is Paris, Texas. So what I'm asking for here in that first part is show me everything you have on Paris, Texas. All of the properties, all of the objects. And this one includes a union where I'm going the other direction as well. So I'm saying not necessarily where the subject URI is Paris, Texas, but where Paris, Texas exists, maybe as an object as well. Okay. In Snorkel, and again, this is small, but we can get to the interface, and you can get it bigger to read it. But this is what it returns to us. And if you could actually read this, you could see some of this is actually in Russian, which is not a language I speak. And then there's some German. So Mirko, maybe you can translate for us. But yeah, there's a lot of information here. There's even Arabic script in here. And I'm querying Wikipedia here, just in case you were wondering. The Snorkel query will hit Wikipedia, or DBpedia technically. Okay. So I say, you know what? I didn't want all of that information on Paris, Texas, because it really wasn't all that informative to me. So I want to select just the comments about Paris, Texas. So select the comment where the URI Paris, Texas has a comment, and it's using the RDFS vocabulary, not BIBFRAME, but RDFS. Concept's the same. So where the RDFS property comment has a comment, where there is one. And so when I run this query, down at the bottom of this screen, you can see it's returning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comments to me. An Arabic one, looks like Dutch. I'm not sure what the next one is. Probably maybe Polish or anyway. We've got the German. We've got it might be Italian. Anyway, we've got a lot of languages still returned. I'm like, I don't really speak any of those languages, and my users don't speak those languages. So let's filter our results again. So we select the comment. It's the same query, but we're going to say filter it where the language, and that's the format, which is a little bit ugly with the sort of nesting within the nesting, where the language matches English. Yeah. And then it gives me just the one I was looking for, and there it is. It tells me about Paris, Texas. 25,000 people. Northeast Texas. Let's skip that one. What this essentially is doing, I'll describe it, but we won't go into it in detail. This prefix at the top, we have the ability to specify other vocabularies within our queries if we needed to, as long as the endpoint or the snorkel interface knew how to interpret it. We could say, I'm going to now use this DBO, which is some other sort of DBpedia ontology, and say, I'm going to use that, and now I'm going to look for the abstract. But because the abstract is not part of the, I think, the DBpedia normal or the RD, it's part of RDFS, but it's not part of, abstract is in DBpedia, but it is not in RDFS. So we have to specify this other vocabulary and say, okay, but let's look for the abstract and the comment. So you can see here it returns just an abstract and a comment to us. But this prefix DBO, this is, and we'll look at it a little bit closer on your machine, because I know you guys can't read this, but this is up at the top under where it says Sparkle on the left. You can see these are the ontologies that it can read right now currently. So OWL, XSD, RDFS, RDF, FOAF, DC, DBpedia 2, DBpedia Scopes. Doesn't have DBO in there, interestingly enough, which is another DBpedia ontology. You would think it has two, why not have a third, but it doesn't. So we have to specify it. Those other prefixes are already specified, but we had to specify this one before we ran the query. All right, so there's the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas, if you ever make it. It's very cosmopolitan. Not quite as pretty though, right, Paul? The one in Paris is much prettier. In your activities, there are a set of queries. I've written queries for you, so you don't have to kind of come up with this language, because there's a lot of, if you miss brackets or anything like that, it's frustrating. So that would be activity 3. If you're not interested in snorkel, if it's not your thing, that's fine. But if you're interested in it, I can kind of help you run some queries. And if you want to find some other, let me see here. Right, I have one of these queries in here that's on Rome, which I thought was kind of fun. On one of these pages, and I don't know what page it is in there, there's a note at the bottom. If you want to see the and they're not necessarily triples, but if you want to see the metadata behind a Wikipedia page, if you've ever wondered what drives Wikipedia pages, this is how you would get to it. So you could go find a Wikipedia page and then say, you just change, and on mine it was en.wikipedia.org wiki/wiki, and then you replace that with dbpedia.org/resource. And that gets you kind of behind the scenes, and that's listed in your handout. And that's a great way to kind of go find some URIs to go research in your snorkel queries if you want to play around with this. Now, I don't know what these are. You guys have that one? Is it on All right, well, I know Francesca has this. I've emailed it to her, so I'll have her email this out to you all as well. This is kind of advanced snorkeling. But well, I'll make sure that you all get a copy of this so that you can have it. And as long as the snorkel interface is up, you can access it anytime.
We have file not found over here. And that URL, that exact URL,
Is it
I have file not found over
snorkel?
here. Snorkel, lowercase snorkel? Okay. Yes.
It is. It must be lowercase.
Yes.
I got carried away with smartphone, uppercase of it, lowercase. And this is where you would enter the queries down below. When I took a class in Sparkle interface, or the snorkel interface in Sparkle, and The guy who taught it was fascinating. He was like, I had no idea there were all these movies, these science fiction movies. He sort of landed in it when one of his queries in the middle of DBpedia and found this great French movie, Fantastic Planet. So with snorkel querying, there's a lot of serendipity that goes along with it.
Yay! Now, do that. Well, like that. That's exactly like
And also to
stop. Okay. Try this one.
Then small highlight of 5 minutes about Koha and Koha.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, but I want to listen to I don't know who wants to wear so you can still think about what you can say. Learn from that and I want to read the limits because
Very This is a new career. Where this day is now tight. This defines this and this. This stage has a P and an O. We will get a lot of big growth. Yes. Yes. Go. Good. P and O are variables. P and O are just variables. You can put in comparisons. No. Variables. Change P to X. Change P to X. And you will get the exact same result. Correct. Okay, that thing has label of pairs in print. This is the label. This is it with, I don't know. Pairs has a label of this. Yes. Suppose you have a book and the author is written to take care of you. Now it's supposed that your book
Come lei adesso io vedo che la macchina io sono voleva una mattina poi come dice abbiamo la pandemia io sono qui uno su tutte l'altro infatti adesso è andata sempre che poi mi dà un passaggio